Glide slope. Glide slope. Oh, glide slope. Glide slope.
Good afternoon, good morning to you all. Welcome into Flying with Mike on a special flight. Yeah, we don't do this one very often. Yeah, we're in Clipper. We do that often. But we're headed to Hong Kong. And the Hong Kong International Airport of the day of Pan Am, Saitek. That's right, Saitek Friday. Oh, there's so many sayings that go with Saitek. Heart attack. Yeah. And by the way, you might have seen in the routing, we're going to runway 31. We're headed to runway 13. Hang on. Okay, I'm not a good DJ, so anyway, not good at multitasking with music. Anyway, we're going to runway 13, which many of you have heard the tale of the checkerboard. The checkerboard approach. IGS 13, some of you may have heard it as, yeah, we're flying that approach. And we got a great surprise the last time in it a few weeks ago, and we'll be talking about it. We're sitting in Singapore right now, and getting ready to push out of here. Well, we got a lot to do still, but I was behind times, and we're slowly getting caught up. Hopefully, we'll be out of here at 1700Z. I can't right now guarantee. So let's get back up into cockpit, get caught up with where we are, then see where we're going, and then get the plane ready to go where we're going. Saitek. All right, so there you have it. Well, you know what? Let's do it from here. The 747-200. This was it is a classic. That's why Felis calls it a classic. The Felis 747-200 Classic. Why? Well, one, you had 3 people still in this aircraft. Pilot, well, actually, correction. Oh my gosh, I'm going to get punched by him. The captain And the other pretty boy up there, the first officer, we can't call them pilots, even though that's what they do. But anyway, their job was to get the plane, hopefully, to the airport we're supposed to go to and on a runway. And if you've all paid any attention in the news, every so often you hear of a taxiway landing. Yeah, they screwed up front. But this plane had a guy back here that took a lot of that hard work off their shoulders of monitoring, oh my gosh, the engines and the air pressures and all of that. Oh my. And yeah, the flight engineer did a lot behind him. Don't think he just sat in his seat. Okay, when are we going to be there? No, he was constantly adjusting to help make the flight comfortable. Here's a novel thought for those in the back that paid to ride with them. So yeah, that was his job, and many a times you'd see him coming out sweating because he had his hands full here. And the pretty boys come out and they'll adjust their tie. Have a nice day. Goodbye with the old parade wave as you walk off their plane. Yeah. So, so that's what we're in today. Give you another good look at it. While we're in this view, I'm going to go ahead, state something now, and see if you even have a clue when we get to it in the brief as we go through. Because many of you blow me off, but that's fine. Hey, this is video. You can just click away, click back in, click away, click back in. Well, if you miss this, you won't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, so Brain Games has a very good pair of videos on how to use the LTN navigation system on the Felis. And I like how he corresponded the cockpit here in his helping you out understanding how to set it up, in so much as saying this CDU is the captain, this CDU is the first officer. Now this one caught me off guard. This CDU, the flight engineer, makes sense, number 3 guy in the plane. Now in the system's logic itself, it's ABC. But to make it more understandable where we are in the cockpit, the one on the left side is the captain, the one on the right side is the first officer, and the one in the back, that's the passengers. They get to play with it. No, the flight engineer. Ooh, interactive flying for sure. Let's go direct here. Ooh, that would be, I don't know if that would be fun or catastrophic, but anyway. So just a forewarning of what's coming, because we're about to start the alignment after. Let's take a look where we're headed, shall we? Oh, that's why. Okay, I'm like, it should be like right below it, and it's not. And that's because. No. Oh, because the wonderful things of, anyway. So here we are, Sim Toolkit. You can see our route from here to here. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, this portion of the route we're going to amend. SimBrief will give you always runway 31. Why? There's no weather at Saitek. There's no airport where Saitek was. Totally gone. Matter of fact, the day it closed, they began destroying it, because that was the day Chaplaka opened up west of them and became the new Hong Kong International with its 2 runways, huge terminal, massive cargo area. So you will not in the real world find Saitek intact on a map unless you're looking back before, I think it was year 2000. Y'all out there in the aviation world, fact check me on that. I could be way off. But when it closed, it was gone. And all that we celebrated in the, I mean, the checkerboard was back then the approach. I mean, so, and there were reasons for it. One, traffic levels were just so enormous, the airport could not expand. It was geographically landlocked, both geographically and buildings. There just was no way to put another runway in to do anything there to keep it. So their best bet was to build the new airport. Also, while not many major mishaps, there were some pretty intense hiccups. With aircraft rolling out wide and coming back, they had many wings struck, engines struck the runway. So there were inherent dangers, let alone the fact you're flying over the lower income neighborhoods, very low level. And yeah, a lot of bad things really could have happened there, and a few did, as at many airports with the kind of volume of traffic they had, but less than you really think. So it was really a testament to the pilots, the airport, the whole team working to keep things just going like it should. Then you throw, that thing called weather into it, and that just, messes things up there. Not so much now at the new airport. So just to give you that overview so you know where we're headed, we will fly over the new airport. I'm not 100% sure how this approach will work. So kind of bear with me. It's kind of a learning game for me too, coming up from this direction. Coming in from Japan, piece of cake. Coming in, I should say, from the east, pretty easy. Normally coming up from the south, probably I think will be just as easy, but you never know. Because like I said, we're going to come in and go over the airport, the new one, to go to the old one. All right. So, and as you can see, Hong Kong is online right now. It is Friday, so who knows? Maybe there's an event getting ready to kick off. All right, so we're going to have, okay, the top half of this kind of take with a grain of salt. You'll see what I mean here as we start getting the aircraft ready to load. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on a second. Did I put it in a line? Oh my gosh, I sure did. Hang on a second here. Let's back the truck up here. All right, we're going to get this thing aligned here. I just realized that. Ha! Not good there, Captain. Not good. Let's head over here to the EFB. INS. Quick align. What did we do? Basically, what I wanted to do was enter the coordinates, and guess what? I got sidetracked. So 12170. Let's just check it. 121. Okay, 10353. That all looks good. Okay, good. Status. We got to clear first, sorry. Status, and then come down here to the flight engine here. Clear. Status. Okay, good. Oh, my bad. The frog in the throat just will not go away. All right, sorry for that quick digress. I just realized that I was, yeah. All right, so let's get back to Sim Toolkit. So as I was saying, the top half here in the load sheet, the payload, the zero fuel, really take all of these numbers with a grain of salt. Because when we load the plane, you're going to find out, while yes, our payload will be rock on if we do this, rock solid, but we're going to put cargo on the plane. Okay, so that changes things. The fuel will also change, but it will never be 100,500 pounds. We are going to take off to center here in Singapore. We are not flip the numbers. That's what we're landing on, 1-3. We are going to do the VMR 6 Alpha. Is that what it's called? Okay. Quit telling me. Yeah, VMR 6 Alpha. Like, quit calling it Mersing, which is the VOR we end up at name. Anyway, and we will be coming in on a Dumal, but I think it's 1-3. Sorry about that. Coughing fits, gotta love them. This time of the year they suck, especially with a new flu strand on the loose. Who let it loose? Mach 8 or 0.85 and 39,000. Now we will possibly go higher. I haven't totally decided. We should have some pretty good winds. All right, weather. Again, you're not going to get any here. So, well, how do you figure that out? Take VHHX. It's close enough, folks. It's within 30 miles, so you'll be pretty close. I'm pretty sure, unless there is a front stalled in that 30 miles, which, by the way, could happen. Chances are the winds aren't much different. Temperatures might be, clouds might even be raining at one and not the other. But the winds generally are going to be the same. All right, but up here in Singapore, winds are out of the northwest, actually almost north, 330 at a whopping 2 knots. Oh, by the way, FNL Aviator, hey, thanks for the follow. I got a little distracted there when I realized I needed to align. But hey, you chimed in and followed. We sure appreciate you. 77 degrees here, and you know, for those of us in the US, I'm ready for a ticket to Singapore. But I want to leave when the temperatures start really getting warm. So but anyway, yeah, so not a bad day in Singapore. Hong Kong, stand by. I'll get you the METAR at least in the chat for Twitch. All right, so you're seeing it there. So we got a easterly wind at 090 at 4. It's clear visibility, okay. 21 degrees Celsius, so a little chillier in Hong Kong than here. But overall, nothing, no SIGs to report, no thunder bumpers. You know, it's going to be a fun run, and we might come in at twilight, so we can see all that the new Hong Kong scenery can give us. And if you're curious about getting your grubby paws on it, there's a link in the Twitch chat box. There'll be one in the YouTube box below once the video releases. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't dual stream, so that's why you're not getting it that way. I may start looking into Chatbot. I think that's what it's called. So the chat in the chat room for Twitch comes up for the YouTube folks. I just don't know yet. All right, so that's what we got going on. We are pre-filed with VATSIM right now. Not overly concerned in getting online just yet. More concerned with getting the plane ready for flight. So let's do that. We're going to now step over here to get the plane ready for loading. Now, this is a calculator only. I use it only for calculating. Yes, it says an instant load. Never tried it. Don't really want to try it because I like the other two pages to do that. All right. So here's how we do this. We go into our SimBrief flight plan, the operating flight plan. First thing out, you look for the route distance in the top of the form. Okay, mine is 1466. You can see it's only in 50, so we'll set it to 1500. Desired flight level, where are we heading up to? Oh, it looks like 39,000, so there are no step climbs. Okay, that makes it easy. To a point, let me realize when we start flying into Chinese airspace, Vietnam, and definitely Hong Kong, we're in meters and it's a little different. But for the sake of the sanity of the world, for the most part, they keep it pretty easy on us. Not like if you go to Beijing or Shanghai or something like that. Then it gets really taxing. And by the way, if you fly in the Russian or the old Soviet airspaces, yeah, same thing. All right, headwind component. We actually have a tailwind, I'm pretty sure, today. Average wind is out of a 156 at 26. So basically, we're going to have a left rear quartering tailwind. I'm sorry, correction, right side. So that means it's pushing us because it's in the back. So we're looking at a positive 12 knots. Again, we can only do 10s, so bump it up to 20. What we're doing here is, if you haven't been watching the total fuel, it's adjusting to our flight. By the way, there's no people, no cargo, I'm sorry, no people, no cargo loaded yet. All right, alternate for today, I think, is Kuaizhou or Kuaizhong, however, I'll find out here in a minute. Okay, the name that came up isn't even it. All right, as I know it. Of course, they're going to change everything. All right, so the distance to Guangzhou, or Guangzhou, I feel like Doolittle in the movie Midway. Sorry. Anyway, is 126 miles. We'll round up again. 10% is always my minimum continuous fuel. 30 minutes minimum for taxi. Some places are longer than others. So here's your baseline. Okay, again, no people, no cargo. We are looking to load 100,489 pounds per SimBrief. By the way, here's where we're at right now with no people on board. We're 3,000 pounds shy. Call it 4,000. Wow. Here, watch this. Okay, we'll go to PAX presets, go to 75%. We're at 294. Let's click it a couple times. I like that one. And then all we got to do is add one there. Now we're 6,000 over. And we haven't, come on. So that's why I say those numbers, keep them. They're there, but just realize they're going to change because of this. All right, now I like to load up cargo, and if you've ever seen a show, and I saw it for the first time, oh, a year, maybe two out since 9/11. And it's called The Secrets of Air Cargo, I believe. Great show. Spotlighted FedEx, spotlighted a UPS flight that flew horses from Louisville to Japan, spotlighted the Super Hub, the biggest cargo hub, I believe, still today. Although there's some out there getting close. Um, and then a little spotlight put on the second largest, Hong Kong International, not Kai Tak, Hong Kong. This was after. And wow. And then they spotlighted a Northwest Air cargo flight. So you know it was before 2006 because that's when Northwest Air Cargo went bye-bye. Actually, it might have been earlier. But anyway, I think Northwest succumbed not long after it. Not going to get into that. But it was cool to see this flight going through the middle, through the middle of the Far East. And they hauled a lot of cargo, folks. I'm here to tell you, there is a lot of cargo moving. So I run at least 50%. And if I would hit the right button, we'd be fine. Hey, look at that. I put it right back where I wanted. I meant to hit cargo. And that puts in something like 60,000 pounds of cargo. To be honest, here's the actual number, 60,400 pounds, and we have 62,000 pounds, almost 63 above it in the main cabins. So, and that will a lot of times pay for you would be shocked how much that air cargo pays, especially if it's put on an airliner, because the airliner is going to get there before FedEx, most likely, before UPS. Pick your air cargo company, because they fly more often than those aircraft. So they're going to have a little higher. So you got your next day freight, or not next day, in the morning freight on FedEx. Yeah, this could be, well, it'll be there tonight, their time. See what I'm saying? So, they could put a price on it. And a lot of times, people were pure profit or very close to it. So, a lot of money still has to go into this plane. That's a lot of money right there, 114,000 pounds of fuel. These temperature changes are killing me, but I love it. The fact we're almost in the 50s here. Oh, just killing me, Smalls. Hang on a second. I got to blow out my nose. Okay, sorry about that. Ugh. All right, so you got the aircraft calculated. We know we're now going to have, instead of 104 or 100,489 pounds of fuel, we're going to have 114,566 pounds. We're still carrying 286 bodies. And now you can see the CG and all. So how do we load it? Very simply. Come over here to refuel. There's your current fuel. Always click load data sheet. That'll put what it needs to get to. Now, you could pump it in or do what you need to. I'm going to warn you. If you're in a hurry, it's going to take forever. Now you know why these long distance flights sit for 3-4 hours on the deck taking on fuel. What I do, instantly refuel. Period. End of discussion. No need to wait that long. Then we go to payload. Again, data sheet. 286. There's our cargo. I'll board and load this because we still have things to do. Not many, but we do have some things still to get accomplished before we can push back. And you can already see the cargo roaring in. We already got 6 of the people straggling onto the plane. When the cargo's done, the doors will close below. Kind of like that feature. That's cool there, Mr. Felis. And now we can get back to where we were, which was we just aligned the LTN. I have done all of the pre-departure checks. So, and since we're aligned, let's go through a couple of the rules. I know y'all have heard these a million times. Okay, in the real world, now I'm pretty sure Felis does this as best as the sim will allow. Big one, do not move this plane while it is in alignment. Make sure if you put it into alignment, the plane does not move until you reach code 1 on your CDUs for the LTN. That means it's aligned. If you do, the alignment will be off. Check out the KAL 007 incident back in the 80s. It's a scary one, folks. They moved the plane. They got shot down. So airlines after that went so far as to not load people, load cargo. That plane was basically sterile. Nothing happened until they were done getting it aligned. Not putting the flight plan in, just getting the alignment completed. That's a scary thing to think, that you move the airplane. How far they moved it, I don't know in Anchorage, but they moved it. And it got shot down because it went over, it was off course, the alignment was off, so everything was off, and it ended up getting shot down by a Russian aircraft. Also, it is said that you're not supposed to change power sources. So right now we're on the gateway power from X-plane. In the real world, it'd be ground power because I don't think they had jetway power back then, but they might have. I don't know. I don't know when that became something. But anyway, so you stay on that until the alignment is complete, and then you can come off. However, other than Airbus, if you're in an Airbus, well, we're not, so let's not worry about it. However, here's the however, what you can do with the 747. With a 737, I think you all know where I'm going. You can start the APU. And what we're looking for is 100% on your, you know what, let's just do this. It's easier to read. On your I can't read that still, RPMs, and get your EGT up and going. And you could turn the bleed air on. Notice the generators are still off. And you could be aligning the aircraft with the aircraft on internal air. About that. Again, alignment's complete, so we can bring the generators online. Okay. And of course, if you want to test things, that's what the AC meters are for here, to see how many hertz and how many volts. Okay, so we're now on internal power. Doesn't matter with X-plane because guess what? You can't disconnect until the jetways disconnect. Oh well, I'm not, that doesn't bother me at all. Okay, everything else is set here, set here. I've even done our up, left, down, right checks, and they were all downright good. All right, so, and we're halfway through the loading of people. So, what I'm going to do is go over here and open flight plans. I really need to clean this out. Hopefully it's like the last, one of the last ones. Okay, so Singapore to Hong Kong. Select. Here it is, 3 pages worth. Now, one other thing. So, we've already established don't move the plane while you're aligning. If you're in alignment, stay on whatever power source you're using, be it ground power, be it APU power. Do not switch. You don't want to disrupt that process. Another neat feature. Now, let's talk a little difference between, because what I just mentioned is the same for SIVA, and technically the same for FMS world. When you go to align, plane's not supposed to move, you shouldn't be changing power sources. This is flight sim, so yeah, I'm sure there's a little wiggle room. All right, now let's go back to the differences between SIVA and LTN. SIVA is strictly lat long coordinates, period. You cannot put them in by their airport name, VOR, airport identifier, 4-character, 3-character VOR NDB could be used, or the 5-character ICAO fixes that are established, or you could go like Raxum 300 degrees at 10 miles. You can do those in LTN, not SIVA. I will not do the Raxum 300 radial at 10 miles out. No, I don't know. That's too much for me. Okay, so there you have kind of the little differences there, but the big difference is unless you have the lat long coordinates for your approach or departure, so for your STAR, standard terminal arrival route, or for your departure, standard instrument departure, if you don't have the lat long, you can't fly RNAV. You have to fly to the fix, to the VOR, to the NDB, or that, but you cannot do any kind of RNAV stuff. So in the world we are today, the other controller is going to have to work a little and vector you. LTN, on the other hand, remember I said you can use 5-character ICAO codes like Raxum, Ulto. All of these are legal and usable. Technically, you can fly basic RNAV approaches. Okay. However, similar to both LTN and SIVA, you can't do vertical navigation. You, the pilot, have to tell the plane through the autopilot or the stick, climb, descend, what altitudes and all to, level off at and all. FMS world, you all know we have vertical VNAV. Sorry, that one came out of nowhere. LNAV is what I'm talking. It's all you have here with LTN and SIVA. Again, very basic RNAV approaches can be done. You get into some super complex RNIPs. RNIPs cannot be done because they have a vertical component to them that has to be met for all the other requirements. But RNAV, you can. Now, hold on. In the flight sim, real world, I don't know if that translates. I would think it would, because you're going to watch me program our departure and our revised arrival. Okay. Now, we're going to get the arrival en route. We're going to do the departure out here. Just on the outside chance winds flip, and I have landed runway 25s in Hong Kong. It's actually a fun approach. Not very often done, but it's a fun approach. And nothing super, oh my gosh, it's complicated. No, no, no. But you have some turns. You have a turn to make comparable to the runway 7s. It's kind of interesting to come into Hong Kong the other way. All right. So this now is here. Now, how do we get it from here to those CDUs? Select, and we'll do it at start. So let's come down here and click waypoint. There they are. Waypoint. Waypoint. Okay. P is your present position. And then from there on. Folks, this could get a little long, just to let you know. This is the hard part. But again, we're boarding. Things are getting ready. They're liquoring up the passengers in the back so they can handle the little bit of a delay. All right, so we've got to put in our departure. Now, the departure here is easy to do. Okay, let me bring charts in. Okay, so here we are, the triangle, and we're taking off to center, 023 to VTK, to Moxib, to Acoma, to Mersing, VMR. By the way, that's fix number 2. So we are going to input 4, I think it is total. VTK, Moxib, and that. So how do we do this? Well, I'm going to kind of zoom in and move the screen. Let me try and position this the wrong way and pull it up over just a bit. Okay, real quick, let me get rid of charts. Let me establish AN, alpha numeric. So right now there are no numerics in any of our fixes, but if there were, we'd have to push the button. Also, if alpha obviously are the top letters and that, do not get this one confused with here. I do it all the time, so you won't be the first. But the alphas are the alphabet you see. Numeric are the position course, the bottom half of these keys, to include the numerics. Now, if we were to have done as I wanted to, the alignment with you all, you would start either N, 2 or north, west or 4, 6 or east, 8 or south. Remember, your coordinates are north or south, your longitude, east and west. So that's how that works. But if for some reason you see something like N as in November type, go up here, clear it, click here, and then you'll be able to put it in. Shampoo flyer, hey yo. Oh, this cough. All right, so let's get to work. Oh, clear. Clear. There we go. All right, so let's bring charts back in. Let me make sure y'all can see. All right, so also you'll see A here or N for numeric. So A means alphabet, N means numeric. Shampoo flyer with guess who got their cross-country endorsement? I did. Congrats, sir. Congrats. Glad to hear it. And now I know to duck and cover here. Yep, low-flying planes, indeed. All right, let's get this flight plan loaded. And to help in seeing, let me hide this. Okay, so we're going to present position, which will then be wherever the aircraft is. If we're halfway to Hong Kong, that's what our present position is. So don't think it's going to take you all the way back to Singapore in your nav system. No, it's wherever the plane is. All right, so next up will be VTK.
CC79 go down.
Hey, Pratt PT6 for the go around. All right, so let's get back to this. Where'd my charts go? There they are. VTK. Victor Tango Kilo, right? Okay. Enter. Now, if there is a discrepancy and there's another one in there, it will bring it up. Enter. And now we're going to put MOXB. Mike, Oscar, X-ray. All right, now here's where you go to this one. That is your I key, not under the E. Quick glance and you'll click it. Believe me, I've done it a million times. Enter. From Moxib, we go up to Acoma. Enter. Okay, here's the discrepancy. All right. First off, we don't have fixes. Or do we? Let's go out here. Now, we don't technically have anything for this, but if I click on it, we'll get close. 145.22 north. Okay, that's kind of close. 103.54.43 east. Okay, let's click next.
2,500, 1,000,
China.
500, 400,
34.
300, minimum
Okay, so
200,
this one is not right.
100,
So
70,
click next.
60, 50,
Back.
40, 30,
We'll
20, 10,
accept
retard,
this one.
retard.
So that's how that works. And then next up will be VMR. Bingo, we're done. Who just chimed in there? Desktop Pilot Society. Welcome aboard. All right, so we are now with our departure in place. And we'll get charts out of here. Oh, by the way, double check our airport. Let me see here, live traffic. Oh, we may have ATC after all. I don't know how this is going to play out, or we're going to get it pretty quick after takeoff. All right. Okay, so we've got this set up. Now, we do not obviously have it in 2 or in the first officers or the flight engineers. So simple thing to do here. We're going to copy the flight plan over to the other CDUs. So click remote, and then we want to go to master on this one. Think Airbus. The up arrow will take you up the page, the down arrow backwards down the page. Enter. Same thing on this one, remote. Now this will be a slave. Same with this one. Remote. Enter. Okay, now let's come back up to the starting point here. Now let's click enter. B and C. See what I meant? A, B, C, captain, first officer, flight engineer. Already transmit. Now, there's 3 pages worth. I think it's, I forget what Brain Game said. He had it down to a second or 2 per waypoint. So, I think it's going to take about 30 seconds to just under a minute. It won't take long. The other difference between LTN and SIVA while we wait, SIVA can only do 9 fixes in the whole system at one time. So you can only load 9 fixes in. Now you can't cheat and go 9 here, 9 here, 9 down there. Doesn't work that way. Actually, it doesn't work that way with LTN. Now, there were later units that could allow for that, but not with what's modeled. LTN, on the other hand, you can put 98 fixes in this first box, and then once you get it finished, if you have to, copy them over. And it's going to always copy everything from start to finish. So it's just not going to take that little snippet and go click and paste it over here. It's going to copy the whole thing over. Okay, fills complete, waypoint. Okay, waypoint, see, they're there now. So I know a lot of pilots are hesitant because it seems like a lot of time here. There is, but not a whole lot. It's more time for me in explaining than it is doing. So if you go in here and do it, you'll get it done quickly. And like I said, do not be afraid to use this great device they did not have back then, the EFB sitting here. So the only bad thing is, it's either a blessing or curse, however you want to look at it. It only loads from the very first waypoint in the route, not your SID, to your very first, to the end of the route, which starts your star in standard terminal arrival route. So that's, and then you would either hand fly it or VOR, or fly the chart. Okay, so there you have it. We're loaded. We're ready to go. Hang on, I got a cough. Okay, sorry for that. All right, so any questions, any comments about it, hey, feel free to use the chat or join our Discord channel community. Fire me a question there. So, and there's a link for those in Twitch here, how to get to it. If you're on YouTube watching this later, you can click the link in the description box. All right. And for those curious, one last thing before we get to getting this plane out of here. I am flying for Pan Am Virtual. We are open for pilots. I actually handle the Pan Am side of the house. You're going, wait a minute. Pan Am Virtual, how do you have another airline? Well, technically, there were several airlines. National came in the 80s. To help them build a domestic route that kind of crumbled, and others. Deregulation really hurt many of the airlines. If they didn't have something domestic, it hurt them. So anyway, Pan Am Virtual, we have, of all airlines, TWA with us. Yeah, and if you know airline history, you're like, that's oil and water. Yeah, pretty much. The two hated each other. And but we have both options for you. Now, Pan Am's going to fly a more traditional, what you would expect Pan Am to have. That is available in the flight sims. TWA will fly some of what you expect TWA to have had. And we are building their 727 fleet up again. However, they're poised more of if they were still here today. And so that's where you'll see 737, 800, 747, 400s, and the like. So, but they also have the 767, 757, and MD-80s. So, so anyway, check us out. I know I just saw it, so bear with me. Where did I see it? I always hate that. Drives me nuts, computers. Hang on, let me pull it up here. Hey, he says that and then it doesn't want to pull up. Ha! Live! You gotta love it. Okay. All right, well, let me see if I can get it on one of my screens here. Like I said, I just saw it go by. Oh, here we go. Oh, it was the Pan Am announcement. All right, well, you know what? Since it hasn't come up here of late. On Twitch, you have a way to get a hold of us. Basically, it's a long link. It's vamsys.io/register/pan, PAA. So vamsys.io/register/PAA. And we'd love to have you aboard. It's a great airline. We model the 85 schedule, 84, I think it is, with Pan or TWA, and we have a 60 schedule for you 707 nuts. So, and I know we're doing something with DC3s here in a few, if not already. Hang on a second. Oh my. All right. So, yeah, check us out. We'd love to have you aboard. All right, over at Pan Am Virtual. All right, there's the queue. We're about ready to go. Let me just make sure everything's in order. And what do I do here? Very simple. I'm not going to run the checklist because it takes a while. But we can go through it real quick, and I know what's set, what's not. Window heats. Well, let's check it. They're on.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
All right. I'm just kind of going through it all. Body gear, takeoff warning, we checked. All right, next, battery. All right, I do know some things that need to be turned on here. Okay. Air conditioning set, ready. Okay, we're good. All right, next one will be y'all ready to do some flying? Downwind. My mic sounds a bit different. Uh-oh. Hopefully that's a good thing. Mike, your mic, huh? Always fun. That's better. Okay. Yeah, I just touched it. Who knows? Power of positive thought. How about that? All right. So one last check. We are on APU power. So we can disconnect when we're ready. Hey, welcome aboard, by the way, Downwind Sim. Check him out, folks. Got a great stream from time to time. Sorry I don't get, for some reason, see you. I have to go look and see. Check you out there again. No, it's been a while. Yeah. Amen for the warmer weather. I hope it gets out east. So hopefully it gets out east where I know some people have had some heat problems.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
Yes, I do, sir. For those all curious, the scenery I will be using. Oh, I did it wrong. Or did I? There's the scenery I'll be using. Okay, ACARS is up and running, beacons on. Doors are all closed. Let's take a look outside. Let's get rid of the air conditioner.
Ground power disconnected.
All right, everything's still running. Oh, the only thing we haven't done? I don't think we're pre-filed. Let me make sure. No, we are not. Bear with me a second here. I thought I'd pre-filed, but I did not. All right, you can see it. We're pre-filed. 132,800, but that'll be after we're off the ground, I believe. Okay, let's light them up. Let's get our 400 in there. One last look to make sure chocks are still in, jetways away. Here we go.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
Okay, just waiting on them. Heck, I don't even know what stand we're in. I forgot.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Bravo 9. Hong Kong traffic, or correction, Singapore traffic. Clipper 22 pushing back Bravo 9. All right. And again, I know it's taken a little longer than an hour to get pushed back, but talking through each of the different things to get this LTN ready to go. Hopefully it challenges you all to get it ready.
Bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Chocks removed.
Okay, we're going to face south.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Cabin crew, take your seats. Cabin crew, arm slides. Ready to start the engines.
Ready for engine start.
Starting engine 3.
Start of valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on, light up.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on, light up.
Starter off.
Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow.
20%
Stand by.
and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand
20%
signal will be
and
on the
2.
left. We'll see you next time.
Fuel on.
Have a safe
Light
flight.
up.
All right, we're almost ready to go.
Starter off.
You're welcome, Downwind Sim. That link, yeah, you're gonna read the
stabilized.
documentations, because even for me, I had a hard time finding things, but it's in the documentation, and it really is simple. And oh, it was a great time in there a couple weeks ago. All right, we are ready to go. All 4 engines up. Let's get the power to them. I think we got them all up. Yep. Okay, coming on the generators. Okay, hydraulics coming on. Okay, basics are set. Let's get over here to the checklists. We'll go ahead and run them. These aren't long at
After
all.
start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine anti-ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead, get into the next one, but I'm gonna hold for just a second. One, we need to do our takeoff stuff here. Airport, gonna blast off a 13,100 foot runway. Forgot to do this. We're at near sea level, 22. Okay, we're going 02. Temperature here we said was 25. And we said the pressure 2988. Okay, and our wind 350 at 4. And load sheet, I'm gonna go with flaps 20, and there's our speeds. Flaps up at 230. We're gonna need about half the runway or so. Set our speeds, and okay, so we'll come. I have no idea what he said. Okay, and what was the trim? 3.7. And we'll turn it to the green. I don't get to switch it all over here. Makes no sense to me, but I'm sure it does to the crews. Okay, and okay, stape trim set, probe heat on.
All doors are closed and armed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief flight attendant, and on behalf of our company.
All right, we're ready to taxi, I think. So let's look over here. Fuel heat, F cargo heat. Oh, flight controls, yeah. All right, let me bring them back. It's this little gray button here. We're going to pay attention more to this gauge right here. It's our flight controls. Obviously, we're just making sure things center and that the gust locks have been removed.
If you are seated next to an emergency exit, please read carefully the special instructions card located by your seat. If you do not wish to perform the functions described in the event of an emergency, please ask a flight attendant to reseat you. There are several emergency exits on this aircraft. Please take a few moments now to locate your nearest exit. In some cases, your nearest exit might be behind you.
Ordering number decimal 68.
Will guide you towards the exit. Doors can be opened by moving the handle in the direction of the arrow. Each door is equipped with an inflatable slide, which may also be detached from the life raft. Oxygen and air pressure are always being monitored. In the event of a decompression, an oxygen mask will automatically appear in front of you. To start the flow of oxygen, pull the mask towards you, place it firmly over your nose and mouth, secure the elastic,
And then I get rid of it. All right, we're ready to taxi. See if I missed anything.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps.
Damn.
Flaps 10.
Flaps 20.
Lean forward with your hands on top of your head and your elbows against your thighs. Ensure your feet are flat on the floor. The life vest is located in a pouch under your seat.
Okay, we're ready to taxi.
Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
If you need to refill the vest, blow into the mouthpieces. Use the whistle and light to attract attention. All electronic devices
Probe heat.
set into airplane mode during
On.
flight until
Flight
ready
controls.
on arrival.
Hold on.
We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Tampering,
Check.
disabling, or destroying the
Yaw dampers.
located in the lavatory
Check.
is prohibited.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off.
Parking brake released.
Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
And Singapore traffic, Clipper 22 heavy, taxi to 2 center. Okay. Now, when we get to the end of the runway, we're going to do one of two things. One, we're going to get the updating started for the INS. Two, we're going to get our first fixes set up so we can go pretty much direct and stay on the INS. There's a little trick here that's taken me a little bit to learn. You guys, it might be a piece of cake. Me, it took a little bit. So try to pass it on so it's easier for you. All right. Got somebody, I think Mass is Malaysian. 601 down there at the end. We got to cut over, so we'll be using Romeo to Tango to get set up.
before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Cabin ready.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Disarm.
Pack valves. This. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Let's see. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed. Stabilized. Cross set.
Knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up.
Current approaching to 1 speed 170 knots.
Flaps 10. Flaps 5.
Canada 2321, reduce minimum approach speed.
Flaps 1. Flaps up.
Malaysia 601, approaching flyable 260.
Malaysia 601, advisory 122.8, closing soon.
1000 to level off.
Operator, okay, 1194, closes, switch 104.
Okay, 194, contact Penang Tower 121.1, good night.
121.1, okay, 194, good night, have a good night, thank you.
Good day. Canada 2321, contact Lumpur, correction, Penang Tower 121.1, good night.
121, thank you, visit, have a good day, have a good rest.
10,000.
Wake up 6135, report indicated airspeed.
Vegas, 35 seconds.
Report indicated airspeed.
Indicated 350.
Air 6135, speed 200 knots, hunter established.
200 and we'll reckon see what you find.
Air 359M, monitor advisory 122.8 relay.
128 relay.
Air 6135, speed 170 knots.
Confirm 170 knots for 6135.
Air 613, AFA.
170.
All right, sorry about that, folks. All right. Okay, and now you can see both of the INS systems are updating. Where was trans?
6135 localized vibration runway 04 here. Yeah, 6135 contact P9 Tower 1211, good night.
1211, good day, sir. Thank you so much. Pagi tuan. Harga 5.
Thank you, bye-bye.
All right, not sure why the auto throttle is lit up. Not certain on that one. All right, so we're airborne and headed out to see. Now here's where the fun comes in with the SIVA and the closing soon. Yeah, we were on the wrong channel, folks. Oops. SIVA and LTN require you to keep updating the coordinates. Okay, getting your INS updates. Otherwise, the system will slowly drift. Now, it's not like, boom, you're off 10 degrees. No, it's a slow drift. That's why they call it drifts, to where you're either on course, off course, maybe. But as soon as you get VORs, it begins to help realign it back on track from your initial setting. So that is what we're doing right now. As long as we're close to something, usually it's within, I have found within 140 miles to 100, or I'm sorry, down to and as close to 20 to 30 miles. All depends on the strength of the VOR. You can catch an update. Now, maybe closer to 100 or even under that before it kicks in. But you try to catch them as much as you can to keep that drift in. Brain Game shows a really good, being off course and, not off course, but outside the course boundary and stuff like that really well. And so check him out on YouTube. It's a really good video. Sorry, I don't have those links. But yeah, really, this is where it gets fun. The FMS, we don't have to. Now, if you don't want to be awake all night, well, let's put it this way. When you get out over the Atlantic or you're going across the Pacific, you're not going to be in range. And that's why you try to take it out as far as you can. And some of those intermediate islands you just might catch, and you can kind of get it into a line quick, but then you're out. But again, it's really tough. But Felis did give you the option for the default GPS. And when you set it to that, those will stay green all the time. Matter of fact, we've already lost the second one. How did we lose that one so quick? Or are we overhead? We're overhead, that's why. As soon as we come off of it, we'll be back in range. Give it about 10, 15 miles. All right, so could you go to sleep? Yeah, but you've also got the fuel panel to worry about, all of that fun stuff. This is a working man's plane. This ain't one you're going to really put up and let it fly. You can, but you can't. So, but it is sure fun to fly. A lot of work involved, and but overall, not a bad gig at all to fly this plane. And as you can see, well, we're only 8 miles off that VOR. So if you watch DME2 here, you'll get an idea how quick we resume. But we will get it. Now, what I'm going to do is go for 13.7 as soon as we get the other one established. Because we will. There it is. That was 11, 12 miles out. Now we'll get 13.7, which is north of us. He says very cautiously, we're not even pulling it in. Holy mac. Okay, 13.3. If we can't get it, go for the next one. Not getting that one either, so I don't know why. We ran into this before, so we'll roll back. 16.5. And there we go. Basically, it's keep the aircraft as long as you can, and you can use fixes along your route. Just realize passing over, you'll lose the update, and so forth. Where are we? Mach number. Okay, we're doing good there. Now, from VMR till really DAGG, which is a lot of fixes and a lot of territory we're going to cover over the Indochina area here, part of the Pacific between Indonesia and Vietnam. We won't have any, and we'll start trying to tune one in. 14.7 looks like. Oh wait, 15.6 ought to come in. It'll take a little bit, but we'll get out there a little. Now, to help you out, Felis has come in and helped us again. Well, first off, let's run it. Did I click next? I sure did.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Damn. Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seat belts and no smoking sign. Check. Pack valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
Okay. Now that we've done that, which we could have done really the ideal time, obviously, right here, landing light check, 10,000 feet. We missed it by a little. Go to the next one. Anyway, let's go to INS. Now let's go back, and nearest DMEs. So you can see technically what is close by. Some of these, I have no idea where they're pulling them from. And of course, you can see we have how many pages here? 6? 15.6. Well, that's what I got. Let's try it again. Maybe I did it wrong. There we go. Let's see. There we go. All right. I must have put in something wrong. I don't know what. Oh, I was looking up here. But again, if we go back to the EFP, it tells you. VKN is not even, oh, there it is, and 13.7. So we probably could be, you know, at the time, out of range. And we'll try to use 13. How far out is it right now? VKP doesn't even show in range. All right, so that's how you can use this page. And always scan, because things update. So it keeps you going with what you need to know, and it helps. You get into the hundreds, you heard what I said. It could get problematic. The other thing you can do, come over here, turn on VOR. To me, it's a little distractive, but it can help. So let me close that. All right, so we're on our way, and we're updating both of them at about 50 miles out, which is cool. And at Dolox, we'll be starting to lose one. The VMR, maybe both of them. And then we'll try to use VKP as long as possible, and then shoot for CSN up here on 15.6. Oh, that one's also 15.6. Cool. Make sure we're counting up. Okay, we aren't hooked into that one yet. All right, so we're on our way. Last important thing, because guess what? This guy forgot almost. If we'd have been given a clearance to hold at 7,000 or 5,000, whatever I had, we'd have blown through it. Always, once airborne, make sure altitude select is green and yellow here. Otherwise, you blow through altitudes. And we're blowing through speed right now. Bear with me as I try to slow us up. We want about an 8.5 now on the climb. And then take her back up. And then what it's going to do now, instead of maintain 309, it's going to maintain 0.85 to our cruise. Just using the pitch to ever so slightly get us in line. And with that, folks, I will be right back. Need to use the laugh. Be right back.
1,000 to level off.
All right, I was just reading through some headlines and oh, what's going on with that Guthrie case? Man, that is just sad. Um, if you're not familiar with it, elsewhere in the world, Today's Show host, his mother was reportedly kidnapped. A lot of, oh, just a lot of sadness there. Hopefully she returned. They get, she gets back safely. Oh, but it's just sad, and I hope the best for the Guthries and the Today Show host. I don't need to get into her name. No need to. So if you want to find out, go look for it on, the kidnapping and all. And oh, hopefully the FBI and other law enforcement agencies can find her safe and sound. But hopeful. All right, we're in cruise. We need to get into mock here. All right, I'm gonna have to work it from up here. Okay, now you can see we're no longer updating, although we are pulling in 116.8. Let me get rid of this. Let me take a look where we are. Oh, we definitely should be getting 15.6. Unless it's too close. Not close enough. Huh. That would be because that wasn't us I was looking at. All right, let's try this one. 13.3. Too far. Yeah, we're too far out. Oh, it's picking it up. Oh, and updating. All right. So there we go. We're now catching it, but just for enough to get us back. You don't mind? We'll get the second one tagged onto it. All right. Okay, so that'll last for about 20, 30 miles. And then we're going to be in the dark once again. There are no VORs until we get in range of CSN off of Vietnam. So until then, we'll just kind of watch it drift. Now, you can actually see this, and I don't remember the whole way you do it, but you can see, like when I crossed the Atlantic several weeks or maybe months ago now, you could see the aircraft getting on the edges of that purple hang on, let me bring it up. Okay. It'd be getting on the edge of this line here. And once we got in, it would slowly bring it back into the center. So it happens to all INS systems. The cool thing is, though, today's INS systems use the satellites they didn't have back then until the latter half of the years of this aircraft before the 400s really took over. So the GPS updating was... hang on, why aren't we pushing higher? But anyway, so that gives you an idea. So from not much further, we're going to have to get on 15.6. But right now, let's get a good solid update. Even though it's coming off of 1, it's always better to have 2. But even though we're getting the 1, let's push out with it. And then hope 15.6 is real quick for us to, again, lock into. Yeah, we're not even close to being in range of it yet. So we'll just take this as far as it'll let us. And then from there, we just look for VORs along the route that are relatively in range. Add to this, look what's up ahead. Let's push the radar a little. Yep, you see them, thunderstorms, but we'll see if they ever come into the range of the radar. But welcome to well, I'd say the South Pacific, but I think we're still north of the equator, so the North Pacific. And we're still updating. But I'm thinking up until, oh, I don't know how far out we'll have to get. Yeah, it's not even showing up on Navigraph. And we're out of update. All we can hope for is 15.6 to be, ooh, in range. It's not. I don't know how close we'll have to get. But hopefully by DUDIS, D-U-D-I-S, we'll be in range. Hang on, let's just check something. Pretty sure we're out of range, but yeah, we're out of range. 160 miles, yeah. All right, well. All right, so we're on our way. Enjoy the music, folks. The fun is still ahead of us. How about stand by? 2.5 hours out, and I am going to begin looking things over because we have an arrival to put in here eventually. This will get fun because of the center being online. Yep, this is a very simple approach. Okay, cool. Just kind of looked ahead, and we just got to put one fix in. That's it. All right, and I just put it on altitude hold in case I go, oops, and spin it and the aircraft won't go down or up. It's just going to stay put.
Turn off the fasten seatbelt sign. However, we always recommend to keep your seatbelt fastened while you're seated. In a few moments, the flight attendants will be passing around the cabin to offer you hot or cold drinks, as well as a light meal. Alcoholic drinks are also available at a nominal charge. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Thank you.
I got a feeling the guys at Laminar, the guys and gals at Laminar are Battlestar Galactica fans. Tell me that doesn't look like a Cylon-based star. Anyway, continuing the flight. Hopefully they're listening in and getting a good laugh out of that. Anyway, I'm glad to have y'all aboard. We are headed for Saitek Heart Attack. That's right, we are headed for the checkerboard. And currently center is online. We'll see how that plays out the closer we get. And I hope y'all enjoy the run into Saitek. Yeah, we're getting you ready. It's Friday, folks. I hope y'all are ready. Yeah, you earned it. It's Friday. Hey, the Olympics start tonight, so be looking for a Milan flight coming out of Flying with Might here soon as the Olympics go on in Milan. Sounds like a C-17 headed into the base. And the dog did not like that, but hey, stand by, be right back. Gotta let the dog out. Let the dogs out. All right, back with you folks. Hey, here's the bird again, the Queen. All right, I'm with you now, folks. We got 2 hours to go. And couldn't tell you what we got ahead of us. Huh. The center went down. Must be an event. All right. Well, let's take a look. Are we updating? We should be. We're 83 miles out. Let me try and get a second one. I don't think we're gonna get that second one just yet. Well, we'll try it. 14.7. Yeah, we are way out. Let's go ahead and first get 2 of them updating. Okay, so at DGAG, we definitely ought to have both of them getting us by there. But for now, let's just stick with this one. Again, this is the game now from here all the way into Hong Kong. You know, we're out to sea just far enough that it's tough to get these VORs to come in. We're going to probably get to within 60, 50 miles of CSN or oh, it's not CSN, it's CON, sorry. Oh no, it is CSN. And then at the same time, I hope to be pulling in VTV. We may not get within 100 miles of that. So 60, yeah, within at least 60 to 100 miles. So that's where the trick comes in. We're going to be with them quickly, but you try to bear up as quickly as possible and continue on. So, and I'll tell you one thing that still amazes me. You've heard this time and time again on Flying with Mike. Those that had the position of navigating, I don't care if it's a big cruise ship, aircraft carrier, submarine, even more impressive, or airplanes. When you did not have SIVA, any INS systems, you were strictly VOR. But think about this. Go back to the ships before flight. And aircraft up until late 50s, early 60s, I think's when the INS became something. They were shooting stars with those sextants, folks, and pinpointing where they were off the stars and other means that were at their disposal, but they weren't much. Calculating depths by putting down a rope, you know, knotted every so many feet or meters or whatever for a fathom. Wow. I mean, it was some amazing stuff, the navigators of both times gone and, you know, up not too long ago. And how they got those, you know, their vessel from point A to point B over large bodies of water is just an amazing testament and very impressive. My dad said when he was navigating 141s, you could, you know, the navigator section was right behind the pilot. And there was a window above, and he would have to shoot stars to confirm their locations and all. And I'm just like, how do you see a star in the middle of the day? Okay, at altitude, you're getting closer to the, you know, you can see. Okay, I get that. How do you do it on a ship? Or do you just anchor in 15,000 feet of water? Yeah, right. You're not going to anchor. And then at night, move the ship. I mean, it just amazes me. So a real hats off to navigators. Just amazing what they were able to do. It's a shame they're no longer in the aircraft, but wow. It's just amazing when you step back to think, how'd you get a ship from Spain to the New World? All right, with 2 hours to go, we're going to set up the arrival, but like I said, there isn't much to set up. It's one fix. And then we're, you know, aiming for the localizer of the IGS. And, you know, normally we can't do that. We can now, as we saw on the last flight. That blew my mind. I'm sorry, you all knew it. It blew my mind away that we could do that. And just pretty cool. All right, I am gonna wait. Why am I? We have 14.7. Oh yeah, yeah, we got a good fix now. All right, that ought to help us. And then once we get past Dagag, we have PTH to help us a little further before we get into range of CRA. And then we're back into the doldrum as we get ready. Is that where we... Oh boy. Oh, jeez. Hang on. Did I do that? There we go. All right. Oh, I'm like, wait a minute. So, I may have to slow up again. I don't know what his speed is. Yeah, I'm gonna have to slow up for him. All right, so that's what's in store for us. All we got to do is put in the VORCH, and yeah, we'll have to verify the right one and all of that. But that's it. And then we kind of read through and get ready for this instrument guided approach, to where it's basically if you've flown the rivers visual or LDA, you get the sense you come down and then you're going to turn for the airport. Very, very similar, except you're following, oh, there is the LDA. You're following a localizer, but you're making more of a turn. And you got to be careful because you can overcompensate, and that's where those wingtips and engines got hit. So Yeah, it's a fun approach. When you're in the soup, there's still minimums. If you can't see this runway at that level, you have to go around. So just like DC, just like Juno, and several others that we've flown, you got to go around because you're headed for a mountain. So, and you're below the top. So, so yeah, these are fun. So I hope you enjoy it. And again, we got about an hour and a half or so till we're in the vicinity. Currently, no controllers online out here. Other than Hong Kong, for the most part at this hour of the day, you're not going to more than likely see a controller. Not even Tokyo. Now that one, again, flip a coin, but Hong Kong is the one that you never know. Will there be, will there won't? And we had one earlier. Who knows? Maybe he'll come back up for us. Who knows? But we'll pay attention here. We're an hour into the flight, folks, and about an hour. Let's just call it 2 hours into Hong Kong. Sit back, relax, as we get ready to fly the the heart attack of Saitek, the checkerboard 1-3 approach. stuff up to YouTube here. Alright, we'll make that available in a little bit. Alright, so we're cruising along. See how we're doing on our... Oh, we're doing good here. Alright, let's zoom in. A 16.5. Okay, we'll stay with it a little longer. All right, let me continue. Hey, if you want to fly for Pan Am Virtual, who we're flying for today, hey, we'd love to have you come aboard. We got some great software and VAMSys, VAMSYS. Great site, great stuff for you to look into. Fantastic ACAR system in what they call Pegasus. I happen to be the guy behind the Pan Am desk, watching and hoping to see you all join aboard. And we also have a TWA side. We fly the 1985 Pan Am schedule. We also fly the 1960s Pan Am schedule. So you guys that enjoy the 707 can enjoy it, and DC-6 for that matter. We also have a TWA side of the house. Yeah, I know, the one we shouldn't be, but we do. They're a more modern look with 737-800s and so forth, but don't be shocked to see the others. Give us a check. VAMSys. .io/register/PAA. So enjoy, hope to have you aboard, and great place to be. I enjoy flying here. Would love to put together more aircraft into the Pan Am 85 schedule, but we'll see where the guy that runs the whole thing. And let me throw a caveat in here. If you're a DCS head, loves to fly the digital combat sim, our CEO has a wing, squadron, group, whatever you call them, you're more than welcome to talk to him and how to get aboard. I don't fly DCS, so can't help you there, but check it out if you're into that. All right, we're about an hour, we'll call it an hour and a half from Hong Kong. The heart attack at Saitek is what we're going to call it. And boy, it's a fun approach. And this was the plane it was made for. Well, actually, it was here before that. So my father even said in the 141s that they flew, that he navigated, they flew it a couple times. So that takes you back into the Vietnam War. So, yeah, he said it's fun to watch. I'm not certain that the checkerboard is the right size, but you know what? For my skill of flying, it could be a whole lot bigger. As you all will find out when we get there. Now, one big thing about this approach. Okay, a whole lot. Remember, Saitek, you will not find it on Google unless you take it back in time. Bing, you got to take it back in time to find it. It's gone. Many different things were thought of for Saitek. I have no idea what the latest iteration is going to be. Hang on. I have no idea what desktop society is telling me to scroll up to, but anyway, the big things here, you will have an IGS frequency in this plane. You may not say in the MD-11. This is going to be pretty realistic. You're going to love it. If we get it at twilight, we'll get to see the lead-in light, run-in lights, whatever you want to call them. And so, really good scenery here for it. So if you go to this link that I'm putting up for you all, you can get your hands. I did spell Kai wrong. There we go. So there you'll get your hands on it and you can read. This is not a video. This you have to read how to install. It's very easy. I didn't do much, folks, and I was pleasantly surprised. So, and we are still about an hour and a half out. I'm going to go ahead and get this fix in here so we turn correctly. So follow me down here. Okay. Wait a minute, is that what I want? Yes. Okay, hang on. I'll show you what we got to do. First off, are we in range yet? Let's get that set first. That's more important. Far out are we? Okay, not too bad. Let's get 16.5 in here. All right. Okay. So basically we have this VOR and this VOR putting us on course. All right, now let's go ahead. Flash forward. All right, so we'll get to Dulap and then Dumul. This is the initial for our star. And basically we're going to fly into CH. And then from here, shoot the approach, which is, I believe, over here. I believe this is where Saitek would, yeah, Saitek would have resided right here. Okay, so all we got to do is put CH in, but get the right one. And that's the key. So we need it to be 112.3. So there's going to be a lot we got to check here, because I'm going to guarantee you it's not going to be right. Oh, we got to go to waypoint. Sorry, there is no end to the end. Oh. Enter. CH. Enter. Hong Kong. That's a good start. I've got the lat long for it. Where are you? (2213.2). That's close. 114.018. Perfect. Enter. And that will take us in. Since it's only one, I'm just going to, well, we're just going to add it to them all. I'm not going to go through the okay, and then we'll do the same. That way they all have everything. Waypoint. All right. All right, we're back in business. All right, let's see. Anything getting way out of whack here before the big offshore run here? Let's try that one. Perfect. All right, so there we go. We're just trying to keep it as up to date as long as possible, and maybe TUM on the edge here will be able to pick up. But then it's all this open water. Welcome to flying back in the day. At Dunlop, we'll turn in and we'll pull in TD and CH as soon as we can. And that'll be perfect for the approach. We'll probably put TD, well, you know, we'll figure it out when we get there. We got a good hour and a half to go. So enjoy the ride as we head for the heart attack at Saitek. Welcome aboard, everyone. Hope you enjoy this. We're kind of cruising in here. We got, like I said, about an hour and a half, so we're trying to see how we'll end up here time-wise. But suffice to say, we've got a great flight we're in right now. Departed Singapore about an hour and a half ago, and in about an hour and a half, we should hopefully be on the concrete at Saitek. The runway's concrete, not the ramp. Or a taxiway. Or hopefully we're not trying to make the water a runway. So yeah, it's a notorious run. Let me let's see if I can bring this up. No, I can't. Dang it. And what's looking out that wing? Yeah, we might get to do a twilight to evening arrival. Oh, Lord have mercy on us. It'll be fun. But the cool thing is, like I said, hopefully we'll be able to show off the lead in, run in, however you want to say it, lights. So you get an idea how they actually did have, besides the big checkerboard, they also had those to help. Very similar if you go to a local airport that has an instrument landing system. The strobes that kind of help, well, they help in that case to get you down to the next level of the instrument rules in approach. But these also help guide. If you follow them, they'll help guide you in for the runway. Because the runway, you got to make a turn. So it's about a 40-degree, I think it's 40-degree heading change. 40 degree heading change. So pretty significant turn, and that's why you've seen some video if you ever pull up Saitek when it was around. KLM. Oh. There was a 737 I watched also that hit the engine. The KLM was, oh. And hopefully we can make it look respectable. All right, we're getting the last bit of effort out of these VORs before we go out into the sea here, and not until we get within range of Hong Kong will we be able to update again. So we'll just have to go as updated as they are. So, how many of you are excited the Olympics are here for a week or two? I forget how long they run. The opening ceremony, I believe, is tonight, and then the games have probably already started. But, so how many looking forward to it? I'm only looking forward to it to see who wins the popularity contest on Sunday. If you don't know what's going on Sunday, the Super Bowl. So, who wins the popularity? But you know what? That's tomorrow and in the future. Today, hey, let's just deal with today. Whatever happens Sunday, happens Sunday. I could care less. I kind of prefer the Olympics, but there's only a few things I really like to watch. The bobsledding, the ski jumping, and then some of the ice skating stuff. Not a lot of it, but some of it, just I mean, I know how to go around the rink on ice skates. Somewhat in control. But what they do, oh my gosh. I'd have every bone in my body broken at least twice, if not 3 times. So, but yeah, those are the things I like to see. I'm not sure what you all, I'm sure there's others that I watch, you know, other things that'll come on that are as interesting. I just don't know off the top of my head. One thing I don't like watching anymore is hockey. When you got to throw your professionals out because everyone else does. I'm sorry, that's a stupid reason. And considering 1980, what happened. That's my big downside to the Olympics is, just irritates me that the way it's become here in the U.S. and it's just stupid. And that's why, and no, I know another one I'd like to watch, the speed skating. That, jeez. That one also kind of blows my mind away. Beyond that, some of the downhill skis I like too, just because I like doing it as a kid. I haven't been on skis since then, but yeah, it was kind of fun. But yeah, you know, I'll probably, if anything, be tuned into the Olympics or a rerun of Law and Order. But anyway, I am going to be kind of curious, though, how that breaks down come Sunday, Monday, when the ratings come out. Who had the people? Watch it be Law and Order. That won't happen. I know. But anyway, Clipper 22 continues. On to the heart attack that will be occurring at Saitek. Yeah, Saitek's a pretty interesting approach. I wish I could put it up on the screen a little more. I don't have, well, I probably could, but, you know, I'm just going to keep things the way they are. Just for my mind's sake when I need to go look for something. So we got about an hour and 15, and that pinkish glow on the airplane means we're going to be coming in with a little bit of, well, it could be a little dark when we get there. Give us a little bit more of a challenge. All right, let me get these panel lights set up for nighttime flight. Okay, they're gonna be like that. Okay. Yeah, that's about the best we're gonna get. All right, well, we'll just track on with this. Oh wait, we got back here to work on too. All right, not overly concerned with fuel. As we start down, I'll try to remember, like always, to turn the reserves on. If I follow the checklist, I would. But sometimes I don't. All right, and looking ahead on VATSIM radar. We're the green one here. We're headed up here. And I don't know if there's any others. I don't know if this will work. Oh, we got a 727 coming in from China Airlines. About 48 miles in flight for them, and then us. Very cool. Let's push that out as far as we can. I think we can. Let's try it. Well, okay, we get a little further with that one. Not much, but a little. And then it's off we go. As the sun sets over here. Yes, I've modified time. Granted, no, we'd have been totally dark on the flight had we ran real world. So I gave us a little light for the takeoff, but I wanted twilight, but we took just a little too long on the ground. But that's okay. We'll bring her in as best we can tonight. And we're about an hour out. So now's the time to get ready, folks, as we're about to, we're getting close. Got about an hour. we're back with you. Always helps to unmute the mic. And yeah, we're going to get to see those lead-in lights and all the fun that's going to... Hopefully this works out. We'll see. So I hope you've all had a great work week. Hope you're all winding down or winding up for some great Friday night activities. And hey, you made it through another one. What's that make it? About 45 weeks till Christmas? Oh, wait. Oh, but anyway, we're glad to have y'all aboard. And by the way, we do have a phenomenal verse of the day today. Actually was yesterday's on you version, but I just had to put it in today. And you'll all see here, if you're on Twitch, you've already seen it in the chat box. But anxiety weighs the heart, or weighs down the heart, but a kind word cheers it up. Think about that long and hard, especially through the ad break for those of you all that have to endure it. Anxiety weighs down the heart, but a kind word cheers it up. Kindness, folks. You know, we need a lot more of that today. Proverbs 12:25 is where this can be found. That's right, the Old Testament. So many out there disregard that half of the Bible and don't realize what's all in there. And between the Psalms and the Proverbs, and that may be all they dabble into. But even beyond that, learning, you see Jesus everywhere in the Bible. And right here is one of Jesus's biggest statements in the biggest, longest sermon in the Bible, the Sermon on the Mount. What is it to be anxious about? It just weighs your heart down, folks. Just as the Solomon, who I believe wrote this, I didn't dig too deep to find out all the particulars. But a kind word will always cheer someone up. Even if they're having the most rotten day of the world, little kindness, as the saying goes, a little kindness goes a long, long way. So keep that in the back of your mind. That anxiety weighs the heart down, but a kind word cheers it up. So we'll continue the flight here. We just got under an hour to Hong Kong, and I hope y'all are ready. If you're looking for the scenery that you're going to see, kind of, sorta, because it is dark. Here's how you get a hold of it. It is on the forums at xplane.org. And it's really good. Again, read the documentation folder, all of it. It makes sense and very well done. Hat off to the person that made this. And to those out there, it's a great challenge, the checkerboard approach. Speaking of which, I wish I could brief it with it showing, but I don't have things set up easily to go to it. So basically, we're going to go from Dumol, which is the last fix in our routing, to Charlie Hotel, CH. It's a 112.3, and that's where it begins. From Charlie Hotel, we are going to turn to a heading of 270. Fly that out along the island By the way, it's that island on the other side of that Chap Lecoq is at. And that is the now Hong Kong International Airport. From there, we're going to fly out and begin turning on a 45 degree angle, or 45 degree, come in and intercept the IGS, Instrument Guidance System, for runway 13. Particulars on that, it is, they do these charts different. Sorry, folks. Okay, here it is, 111.9, heading 088. We're going to track it until what is it? Till the middle marker, which is weird. And then we're going to turn for the runway. If we have to miss approach, it's climb to 4,500 feet, direct TH 115.5 and hold. Now the key to this approach. If, first off, by the middle marker, if visual flight is not achieved, it's an immediate go around. Late turns will result in loss of terrain clearance, so be fair. You got to be real cautious. This is, like I said, you're up against the mountains. There's a lot against you here, but it's a fun approach. And just realize you're in a sim when you're doing it. Minimums for this is 660 feet, so let's set that. And what's our visual range? .2 kilometers. All right. So we'll give it our best. That's all we can do. Yeah, coming in from the east on the Aledo transition to the Magog 1-3. Oh, it's so easy. Just hit the VORCH, continue on, make the turn. Here we're going to have to turn, track out 270, and then about 7 miles out, make the turn. So, hope y'all are ready for this. I know I am, and the sun is being persnickety today, but we'll take it. It's 46 degrees. After the cold we've all seen, we'll take it any day. So, I'll be right back. Give me a second here to... I thought I could keep the curtains open, but, you know, when you got a cloudy day in the sun, you never know what'll happen. Okay, I'm back, folks. All right, we are 50 minutes out of Hong Kong. Hope y'all are ready. I know I am. Looking forward to it always. And I think we're out of range, so let's dial in our next VORs. All right, 15.5 on one of them. This would be the better one. And 12. 3. Oh yeah, we'll be dark. All right, I hope y'all are ready. I hope y'all enjoy and give it a try. It's a fun, it really is fun. And that's what the flight sim's supposed to be, folks, fun. If you know, flying, in just one area, be it Europe, US, Australia, that's fun for you, great. But if you want to stretch your wings out, approaches like this are fun to fly. I mean, if you've flown into DC, you've got to have flown the rivers into Reagan. Another fun one is the expressway visual into the garbage can. There on the north side of New York City. That was fun when we flew it. Although it's hard to find the chart for it. You pretty much now fly the RNAV. But if you do it visually, it's the same thing. All right, so yeah, check them out. That's what the sim's all about. I mean, you're not going to hurt anyone, folks. You're not going to hurt the computer. It's meant to have the fun. That's why you see people doing weird things like trying to take an A380 or off an aircraft carrier or Saba Island. And if you're not familiar with Saba Island, it's the shortest commercial airport runway in the world. I think it's like 800 to 1,000 feet long. Or trying to land a C-17, or I'm sorry, a A380 at St. Bart's. Obviously, in the real world, you can't do that. Flight sim, you might. But here, you can fly some of the iconic, historic approaches that still exist. The sad thing is, I don't know how Paro, up in Bhutan, one of the most dangerous real-world approaches out there, how that is, since that government no longer allows access to the charts. So I don't know how that works out for us. It's a fun approach, but it's just a numbers game. You got to be on your speed, descent, and you'll make it in every time. And that's pretty much what you got to do. But anyway, back to this. It's why it's fun. I know the other sim, it's in there. I don't know how it stays in there, because the reasoning X-Plane says they can't is every time they update Navigraph, it updates, which I guess I don't know how the airplane, the airport files go. I know how they were in FSX. Your frequencies were in there. I just don't know. Well, we're going to find out. Because, did we just have an update? So, we'll find out. Or we're about to find out. Let's put it that way. I didn't want to have to go in and have to change files every now. I have to do enough with them for some of the planes that I fly. But going actually into the data, no. No, thank you. I'll stay out of that. The chicken in me says, if it ain't broke, don't break it. Oh, wait. It's supposed to be don't fix it. I think you get the point. All right. I think we're pretty well set. We're just waiting to get in range now of the 2 VORs around Hong Kong and get this plane in and on the ground. Kind of see why I don't like night flights. I like to be able to show off some of the colors the airlines put out, especially like Condor. They are great. So, but anyway, I hope y'all will enjoy this as much as I plan to. So, do y'all have any special plans for the weekend? All right, time to start figuring up top of descent, all that good fun stuff. All right, we want to come over CH at 6,000. All right, so we'll take, we're at 3.9, we'll minus 6. Anyone out there want to give me the answer? I didn't think so. Times 3, and we need to be about 110 miles or so out. Yes, I padded a little. So, just about when we come off of Dulap, I think it is, we'll start our descent. Reason being, from Dummel to CH is 94 miles, and I know it's at least 6 miles from the other one, so. And we'll do about a 2,300 foot a minute drop to 6,000. Transition level, oh, where is it? Let's call it 12,000 feet. We'll get it set. All right, so let's take a look at what we have ahead of us. Oh, 78 miles to Dulap. All right, sorry about that. My wife had a phone call. Anyway, we are rolling in, as you can tell. Remember I said about 99 miles? Well, Dulap is our next fix, and that'll be perfect because looking at our lineup here, yeah, that'll work out perfect. So yeah, we'll do Dulap and get her in there. All right, so keep everything the same. Now we can start in looking at our oh, what am I doing? Sorry folks, I was thinking something totally different than what's going on. Let's take a look at where we are. Huh, middle of nowhere. I thought there was a VOR on that island. Guess not. Yeah, these two land masses, I thought we had VORs on. Huh. Oh well. Doesn't matter. We're getting close. Dulap is here. Dumal is here. And then 200 miles to Hong Kong. And again, the big thing we're looking at is 293. So I'm looking at Dumal. I'm thinking, no, Dulap, we'll start our descent and we'll kind of watch it as we go down. All right. And welcome aboard. Here we go. The approach is about to begin. All right, we are not in range yet, but we will begin to get into range of those two VORs here pretty soon. Just to give you an idea, we're 270 miles from CH. And the sun is gone. Real quick check here. Now let's see. All right, don't see anything in the news of any value. Nothing really in the news. Let me see where we are here. All right, we're headed to Dumall. Time for our descent. We are... Wait, whoa, whoa. Well, something's not right here. Oh, there's a 1 in front of that. Oh, I'm glad I caught that. Oh, we just started early. So let's get about another 100 miles in. Well, I might start down just to be safe. I hate making up altitude. Yeah, it's 190. Okay. All right, for those curious what the weather's like in Hong Kong, don't look for the weather in Kai Tak. Just not going to find it. Can't find the airport. So, 080 at 4 unlimited visibility. We got a few clouds at 800 to dodge. And beautiful temperature of 20 degrees, and nothing significant reported. All right, so here we go. We are getting close. We're still not in range of the VORs, but that's okay. And just to let you know, Desktop Pilot, I haven't been going to my Discord in a long time, so... Ooh, what's the alarm for? Ah, coming up on Dumall, that's what that is. Okay. Excuse me. All right. Hey, look, the numbers are up. We're starting to see Hong Kong. CH on the left, TD on the right. They're about the same distance. All right. Give it a little bit. That is to CH. So 184, 6,000 feet, and then we're going to descend. I think it's 4,000. I don't have the chart for that approach yet. I'm more worried about getting in. And any intermediates we got to worry about. So, oh, we do have something. 250 and below 14,000, 30 miles from CH. Okay, we'll definitely have that. So y'all ready? Ready to shoot the approach into Saitek. You know, it's the second time I've shot it in probably a couple of years. Just because it's not a scenery that was working in X-Plane. Now we have this one, and boy, it's fun. It's a fun approach. And I've never done it at night, though. So a little bit of a challenge here. But if you want to put a prediction in on the landing, folks, that goes exclamation point, predict, space, and a negative number. We are going into Saitek, and whether you like it or not. So I hope y'all enjoy this run. It'll be a fun run. We'll start our descent here in about 30-ish miles, 30 to 40 miles max, to give us that cushion to be at 6,000 by CH. Then we'll fly off 270 for 7 miles. That part I know. And then we're going to do a turn to 045 and intercept the guidance system for the IGS runway 13, otherwise known as the checkerboard. Who knows? We may see the checkerboard way, way out there. Then again, as we saw in Atlanta, we may not break out till minimums. So, and hopefully this time I remember to switch over to ILS quickly. That's where we screwed up last time, but because being all out visual was piece of cake to get ourselves down and in on the approach. $150-ish miles, around 140, 120s when I think I'm going to start the descent again, 2,300 feet a minute, and go for it. All right, time to set it. All right, so as you can see, we're set for 6,000, but not descending. That's because we're on altitude hold. To make it descend, first we'll have to set altitude select and then probably our vertical speed. And by the way, over CH is 230. Now that could all be for the hold. All right, we are beginning our descent. Okay, we'll set medium brakes for 6,100 feet. And we're looking at a VREF of 138. 148 is what we'll carry into the turn. Okay. Okay, we need to switch into IAS. All right, if you don't mind, a lot of things happening kind of quickly here. Let's get us slowed up to 290. We're on indicated speed, 90 miles out. Coming up on 28,000. All right, so here we go. Let's see what we got ATC wise, nothing, and traffic wise, nothing. Well, no, couple that may try to go out. All right. Currently 83 miles out of CH. Okay, we're going to have a good update when we start. Okay, here we go. Oh, what was the temp? 20. Still the same numbers for the approach, only 6,200 feet. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've begun our descent into Saitek. Please get back to your seats, put your seatbelts on, tray tables in their upright position. Should be on the ground in about 15 minutes, 20 to 15 minutes. Okay, and again, 12,000 feet. We'll set 10:15 for our altimeter. And we've got our radar set for about 6. Let's push it up a little. And here we go. No sign of the islands. Ease up the dive here a little bit. Eight. That's right. Okay. Okay, we got one more big speed restriction, 250 when we cross 30 miles out.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure your seatbacks and tray tables are fully in the right position. Make sure your seatbelts are fairly fastened and all carry-on luggage is stored underneath the seat in front of you or in a overhead bin. Our cabin crew are standing by when you're in the cabin to make a final compliance check and pick up any remaining customer valuables. Lift off.
Okay. All right, and we'll set the speed bugs and switch over.
$10,000.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Auto brakes.
Low.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Altimeters.
1015. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Off. EPR computer. This. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
All right, with that checklist complete, let's get the next one lined up, and we're going to do flaps 30, and we'll get the spoilers armed prior to engaging the instrument localizer. All right, we're very close to taking on the Saitek approach.
Thousand level off.
Okay, we're about 20 miles out. We're doing good here. We'll begin to slow to 220. That way, we'll make the swinging turn to intercept. Right, it's been about 3 hours since we rolled out of Singapore, and we're just, oh, look, off in the distance here, we have island lights. Means we're getting somewhere. We're leveling off and beginning to slow. Let me see something here. I didn't think so. Okay, we're starting to see the land. We're 15 miles out. We'll make the turn to 270 here shortly. And track out. Well, yeah, let's get it set up here. Okay. I think I'm gonna make the turn. At 5 miles. Want to thank you all for joining us. Welcome into the flight on Saitek. We're in the vicinity now of Hong Kong. Hong Kong International's on the other side of the hill. And we're about to enter the approach for the IGS-13. Hong Kong traffic, Clipper 22, 5 miles from CH, getting ready to turn 270 for the initial to the IGS-13 at Saitek. Okay, should be getting close to that intercept. If we don't come over the line by 7, we'll make the turn to 045.
Flaps 1. Flaps 5.
Okay, we've got about a mile, and then we make the turn. Okay, here we go. Saitek approach, Hong Kong traffic, over Gulf, turning for the 1-3 localizer clipper, 22 heavy. Okay, spoilers armed, turning our attention now to 119. Altitude select is on, good. All right, here we are crossing over Hong Kong International.
Localizer alive. Flaps 20. Gear down. Flaps 25. Flaps 30. Gears down, green light.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Spoilers.
Armed.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters.
Saitek traffic,
1015.
Clipper 22 on the IGS 13,
Landing checklist completed.
approximately 12 miles out from the checkerboard. quick.
Saitek traffic is packet to 1. I'm holding point runway 13. Last station, just to let you know, your readability is about 1 of 5.
Was that me? Clipper 22?
No, someone was just talking and I couldn't really read him well.
Okay. All right, well, just to let you know, I'm 8 miles out, checkerboard in sight, as well as the airfield for Clipper 22.
All right, thank you. Just to let you know, your readability is 5 by 5.
Same with you. Six miles. By the way, I believe right here is your checkerboard.
Line up runway 13.
Okay, flaps full. Spoilers armed, gear down, we're cleared to land. Okay, we're visual to the checkerboard. See the lead-in lights here to help you? Okay, plane's gonna become mine.
1,000.
Have just been cleared to land. Please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
Approaching minimums.
Clear to land.
Minimums.
Dr. Arnold's departure, flight flow 360.
And Saitek Clipper 22 turning at the checkerboard for 13.
500.
Don't sink. Glide slope. Glide slope.
Stable landing.
Pull up.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10. Check reverse.
Auto brake off.
We'll just take her to, well, we'll just take her
60
right
knots.
here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. For your safety and comfort, please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the captain turns off the fasten seatbelt sign when we have parked at our gate.
Saitek traffic, Clipper 22 vacated Alpha 12 to the terminal. Oh wait, am I still in reverse? I sure am.
Out, off, reverse.
All right, ground 2165. There you have it, folks. The infamous heart attack at Saitek. It's not a really hard approach. It's just tricky. And of course, throw something. Yeah, they never have weather here. Oh. Huh. And you can have your hands full. But again, you're supposed to break out by the middle marker and be able to see visually, or it's a go around, because you got mountains over here and all around, so you got to be careful what you're doing. All right, landing lights. Okay, if you don't mind, we're going to keep those on. Get this off. Apu.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Auto brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Hold on. Off.
Cabin ready.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Stand by.
Flaps.
Damn.
Flaps up.
All right. A little bit of a taxi since we used all of the runway here. Can't imagine taxiing across that. Wow. Oh my, what would be over there? Ah, the South Apron. Wow.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
All right, we're just taxiing in, folks. I hope you enjoyed that. That was fun. Always is into Saitek. And I'll be honest, this first time I shot it at night. But you got to see the lead-ins. They help a lot. And there's actually more on the shorter arc when you do the visual. Hence why they're there, because you're technically not flying the IGS. What they call the instrument guidance system. All right, so again, one attempt, we made it in. And like I said, give it a try. I mean, you're in a flight sim, you can't screw anything up, folks. You crash, You missed approach, try it again. It's not a bad thing, and this scenery is just dynamite. And if you haven't had a chance yet to catch a look at it, there's a link to it on the X-Plane forums, and check it out. This guy did a remarkable job, from navigation to the scenery itself. Just an amazing, amazing job. I really like it. You can see the checkerboard straight out there. I actually thought it was on the hill. Oh, I was always looking in the wrong place. But yeah, it is amazing. And we're going to be rolling in here. I think, I don't know what spot we're going to take, but I know I got to get back here and do that pilot thing to get it in here. We left the lights on inboard here only because it's so hard to see with just the nose gear. We'll turn them all off here when we get on the ramp. By the way, if winds are such that you got to take off runway 13 or 31, you turn at the checkerboard to go out. Otherwise, you might hit the mountain. You might. I don't know. But Clipper 22 has made it to Saitek, Hong Kong. The only thing, I wish Hong Kong International up on that building straight away could be seen more. But, you know, we could have whatever we want. All right. I think I'm going to take this one right here. Hang on. I'm going to kill the lights.
Parking brake set.
All right, we are in the blocks. Let's get up here, do our thing. Okay, the EPU is not good.
Ground power connected.
Cabin crew, disarm slides. Cockpit to ground, put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
Cabin crew, doors may be opened.
All right, we're in the gate. How about that? What a great run. I am really loving this. It's going to be tough to get me out of the Far East. Really is a fun run. I hope you give it a shot, folks. This is so much fun to, do it in the daytime a few times to get used to what you're looking for, what you're seeing. Then give it a try at night. Like I said, what's the worst thing you got to do? Go around or crash and you're in a flight sim? Who cares? Because you're not going to do this in the real world. Nice look at the city out the window there. All right.
All right, secure cockpit checklist.
Brakes.
Parked.
Beacon lights.
Off.
INS.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Hold on.
surround your seat for any personal belongings you might have brought on board.
Align.
And please use caution.
Probe and window heat.
Damn.
Articles may have shifted around during the flight. On behalf of our airline and the entire crew,
Off.
I'd like to thank you for joining us.
Back valves.
And we are looking forward
Check.
to seeing you on board
Fuel
again
boost
in the
pumps.
future.
Let's see. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
All right, that's a wrap. All right, so we've made it in. It was a fun arrival. It took us 3 hours, 28 minutes to get here, and really was a fun time. Hang on, let's take a look. Oh, I thought that was the tower. All right, let's go right here. Nice look at the city here. All right, we've had fun. I don't know where the tower view's coming from, but anyway, welcome to Saitek. This is the original Hong Kong International Airport. So, all right, so let's see how we did. First off, we'll check in with VAMSIS, complete the flight, submit. All right, let's see how we did. Wow, 78 feet per minute. I will take that. We got all the 100 points we could get. And wow, what an approach. What a fun time. Engines were warmed up for at least 5 minutes, cooled for at least 10. Yeah, that was a long taxi. So yeah, that was awesome. Here, let's get on the other side. It's going to take a while to get 286 people out of the plane, but it was fun. You got to admit, this is a fun approach. All right, now let's get into it with our trackers. We'll start off with Elevatech. All right, let's see how we did. All right, there's the trip right there. Now, here's how the approach I should have gone maybe a little further in to get to that 270, but still. We made the turn right over the airport, headed straight out for the checkerboard, which, by the way, is right about here, right onto the runway, 79 feet, 132, approach 148, which is good. 138 for landing. We were not off by much. 1G landing. Outstanding. Love it, love it, love it. All right, let's clear that off. Now let's look at the unofficial scorekeeper. A little harder on us usually. Rarely does it come back nice on us. All right, so again, here is the routing we took. Right over Chaplacock and then right out to Saitek. All right, Clipper 22 on Sim Toolkit. Three hours, 47 minutes, just shy of 1,400 miles, 38,200 kilograms of fuel, less than a G on the landing, 163 feet a minute, and 132. I think my boss there at Pan Am, I think he'll be happy with that. So where did, oh well, this is kind of useless. By the way, that's what Saitek looks like today. Like I said, you can't shoot this approach. There is absolutely no airport. So, we have to go by the numbers over here. Nose up, roll slightly to try to get it on center line. Threshold, we were just shy of 3,000 feet down the runway, which I will take on a runway where you got to do a turn for 7 feet off the center line. Take that any day to the bank. Folks, this was a great flight, great landing. Second time in with this scenery, and boy, I love it. All right, so I really hope you enjoyed. This is a always fun approach. So let me just take a gander. I didn't notice anyone else in the area. Nope. We are it. So, I hope you all had a fun day, fun time here at Saitek. And, hey, we'll be back at it. Little later start on Monday. Got some things I got to wrap up there. It's tax season, so we got to wrap that up. And two, I don't know if we'll be on Sunday. We'll kind of see how that works out. But there you have it. One more look out that way at the city. Oh, just a fun approach. I hope you enjoyed. We will see you on the next flight, and y'all have a great weekend. Be safe, be kind, and one thing, I do want to reiterate the verse of the day. Why? Because it's such a great verse. When I saw it yesterday, I had to use it today. Anxiety weighs down the heart, but a kind word, that's, how simple can that be? Cheers it up. I really hope you take that proverb to heart, because it really is true. When you think about it, when you're anxious, you're really, you're on edge. Everything's just weighed down on you. Feel like the whole world's coming down while you're anxious. But out of the blue, someone comes up to you with a kind word, what happens? A little relief comes. And that, folks, helps that little bit of joy to come in. So think about that. Keep that in mind this weekend. You just never know. The next person you walk up to just might need a kind word of, how's your day going? Or, just let them know they matter. And can take a little bit of that anxious weight off. Y'all have a great weekend. We'll see you next week. God bless. And thanks so much for flying with Mike today.